Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Bom, infelizmente o bug da luva se mantém. Realmente não tem o que fazer em relação a isso. Mas tem um chapéu de Dick Mullen.
A small mountain of color.
Bom, eu comecei a jogar aqui para ver se tem coisa, andei um bocado, não tem muita coisa a fazer. Eu realmente completei praticamente tudo que eu poderia fazer. Aí, eu vou depois lá na parte da vila, tal, dar uma olhada mais. Porém, cara, eu não sei o que fazer além de esperar o Kim. Eu acho que não foi um bom momento de ter esperado tanto assim para investigar o corpo, porque eu acabei por fazer todas as secundárias.
Your flashlight slide. Some of the writing has faded.
Realmente não tem o que fazer. Não tem o que fazer. Que louco, né? Não sei se isso pode ser até não sei se chega a ser uma falha de narrativa e tal, mas simplesmente foi a maneira como eu joguei que levou a isso. Eu completei praticamente tudo. O que dá, né? Obviamente ainda tem coisas que tem que fazer, mas o que dá para ser feito, eu fiz.
The bear's eyes are still a friendly cartoon. The paper still smells of.
O que dá, eu fiz.
Two cables are plugged in an electric something close to.
Agora ver se tem coisa pra cá. Essa parte aqui. Trabalhei um pouquinho de jogar ainda, né?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of.
Pode ser por causa que eu tô fazendo live.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. Your money disappears into the curtains on the lens. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. It's not possible to know from this distance. The details are blurry. There's water vapor in the way, and the little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Ok, mais nada por aqui, né? Caralho, tem que botar uma terra. Depois tem que dar uma olhada pra ver se tem como melhorar um pouco o desempenho. Tá travadinho. Tá, bora dar uma olhada. Dá uma andada e tal. Ver se tem mais coisa.
Give me a moment.
A véia do capão. Opa, olha. Olha só. Tem mais um livro pra ser visto. Muito bom, muito bom.
A plaster cast. Honestly, he does come. The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room, the pile of blankets, grunts. A coronary artery bypass graft. Take out his liver and replace it with a new one. Somehow undo 20 years of neurological damage from stimulants. A change in the socio-economic circumstances wouldn't hurt. A lump of flesh is sticking out from under the blanket. It seems to be twitching from time to time, like the paw of an animal who's having a... And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of her. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing... A groan rises from the man's... The light from the window is weak, but it seems like... Don't forget his face. The bloated and reddened cheeks, the bulbous nose. This would be Kuno after 30 years of alcohol and substance abuse. No response. A pair of half-open nocturnal lagophthalmas. The likelihood of falling asleep with partially open eyelids rises after stimulant use and heavy drink. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man. But he is in there and not enjoying.
Fucking Kev.
This door is made of metal.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to... I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens. Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right word. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure...
She means that you've lessened her desire.
Olha só. Sure.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekaterina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as they would do that in Grad. You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. Its real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading. The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author. She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Grad riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. The Grad riots took place from 27 to 29. Fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics, these events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Grad Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes. It would physically hurt you to keep reading, are you sure? They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair, and in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit. As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret.
Caralho. Tô bom.
A cockatoo is... This book talks about the delicate nature of...
Cara, vi tudo.
The worn map features that your finger move, finally coming to a halt on the...
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Mano. Tudo. Oh, pensamento.
Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes. The blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon. That is all.
Oh, esse é bom. Mais uma sugestão, mais um império interior, mais um retórica. Sem negativo, coisa linda. Muito bom. Então, praticamente, eu acho que eu vou ficar assim mesmo. Talvez eu tire esse depois, só quero pra fazer a cena com o Kim. Então, percepção para 5 e mais um. E Rabbit dá um de... Ah, entendi. Entendi. Ah, tá. Era só com motor, só que me dá psique também. Ah, muito bom, muito bom. Esse aqui também, entendi. Muito bom. Opção de diálogo moralista me dá moral. Mas, que pariu. Volição para 5, lógica para 5. Muito bom. O que eu acabei de pegar. Esse aqui é o melhor de todos. Quer dizer, esse aqui é bem bom. Tudo aumenta por 1, mais um XP por cada orbe. Excelente. Mas o melhor é outro. Esse é muito bom. Tudo bem, dá menos 1 de coordenação, foda-se. Mas esse aqui dá mais 1 moral e mais 10 XP. Esse aqui com mais 1 consolidação, beleza. E retórica para 5. Que algum já me dava retórica para 5, não. Ah, que retórica tá foda. Mandíbula. Capacidade de coordenação motor aumenta. Êxito passivo em todos os... Putz, dá menos 1 de retórica. Cadê? Porra, eu tô meio que me fudendo nesses dois. Tem um que aumenta. Tá, ok, mas é bom ter ela aumentada pra 6. Normal são 3 só. É com mais 1, não sei da onde. Bom, tá bom. Tá bom. Cadê? Mais 2 de percepção, ok, boa. Caraca, menos 2 de sugestão. Sugestão é uma merda mesmo. Tá menos 1 agora só porque o outro dá mais 1. Mas esse aqui é muito bom. Enciclopédia 10 XP mais do real. E sugestão com menos 1. Só pra falar com o que? Ah, todas essas motor aumentada por 1. É bom. É bom tudo 2 e tudo vira 3. Isso aqui tava em 6 vira 7. É bom. Será que vale a pena pelo menos 1 retórica? Mas menos 1 nem afeta. Porque ele se quebra com alguma outra coisa. Tá bom, o personagem tá bom, as paradas estão boas. Agora a última. Ah, o Fairweather, né? Veremos. Vou lá na Vila Pesqueira, vou dar uma andada. Verificar coisas. Não sei o que. Bem, eu ainda não compreendo. Qual é... Qual é a parada? Quando libera ou não. Um fast travel.
Até nada.
Realmente, eu não tenho o que fazer.
Tequila sunset. Not that I can think of. That might be the case. Yes.
Deixa eu ver que essa
What's
história é grande pra
Hey,
caralho.
Spiral Boy!
Assim, ó.
But
Vamos ver se o tempo
His
passa.
but when anyway, Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now. This would explain a lot. God bless them, though. I'd be alone without them.
he breathes in
They're
Caralho,
Shut
mas o
the-
tempo passa muito pouco.
the in the heart.
what a headless, rumored to be searching for his legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head. Well, if I had Gertrude head,
Tell him.
fuck, bro. Right.
Two
É,
women.
não...
The women are
O
caught
tempo
in,
passa em tempo
when
real,
she's
é
but
o...
there is Ula makes a run. Her body, his
por diálogo.
word on the street gave her.
Caralho, que
Anyway,
louco.
that's the story of that. No one
Aye, I saw him.
magic. You know, some of those are the first.
There's no way. You.
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. Okay, there was.
He existed all right. You feel it deep within your basal ganglia. He was as real.
Just this.
I'm talking
Anyway,
a paradigm-shattering revolution.
but then something turned. You see, you know.
He's talking
Shit, you've got. Now.
right, wrong, or
Hey, apparently. But the story.
that's almost wrong again.
That's right. There are those.
The cocaine scar.
The cocaine. That's why. Or.
No, my.
My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
Good thing.
What?
For one, and second, it's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current.
Wait,
Yeah, can't really remember.
it's he really has no idea.
É. Pra ver se esse banco dá pra passar mais um tempo. Pô, vou ter que ficar até 9 horas. Aqui só volta no próximo dia. Tá que pariu, meu irmão. Por que caralho eu fui tirar o quê? Né?
You sit on the wind-worn wooden plank.
Ah, eu posso, é.
Time passes. You ponder upon an
Mais uma hora.
time passes. You ponder upon an endless winter that covers everything in.
Mais uma hora aí.
This case is unsolvable. You should just give up right now and apologize to the whole town.
Bora dar uma vagada, velho. Deixa eu... ver se tem alguma coisa. Não, bora andando. Dá uma andada. Se tem algo. Isso, tem alguma coisa. Mas nem a Joyce ali. Ela não vai falar nada aí. O jogo falou que ela só vai se comunicar um dia que ela tiver que sair. Olha só.
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody?
Eita não, filho da puta. Eu queria. Porra, meu irmão. Pior que o jogo salvou há muito tempo. Que filho da puta. Vou até salvar rápido aqui. Cacete, velho. Apertei errado. Esse sol da porra na minha cara. Tá que pariu. Vai dizer o pensamento. Vagabundo. Vagabundo. Cachorro. Sem vergonha. Tá. Tomara que a fita não seja a fita que eu. Acho que eu vendi uma fita, não sei, eu acho que não. dar uma olhada por aqui. Eu acho que não tem nada aqui não. Deixa eu ver se a mulher saiu daqui já. Aí, ó. Essa hora de tarde aqui, que é o sol, caralho. Uma bosta. Realmente eu acho que não tem nada. Agora eu quero ver uma... Nossa, eu não consigo compreender porque às vezes não dá. Não sei se é por tempo, não sei se são locais específicos. Ó, eu sei que em algum momento tem que pesquisar coisa aqui, mas acho que tem que liberar alguma ação. Falou pra investigar o calçadão, né?
Good evening.
Não vai ter nada, nada. Vou viajar por esse lado aqui. Rapaz! Ô, rapaz! Puxa aí, rapaz! Boa, meu irmão! Tá vendo? Não. Oxê, meu brother, o cara tava aqui mesmo, aqui é a costa mesmo. Olha que safado, meu irmão. Porra. Boa. Aí sim. Graças a Deus que vim pra cá. Deixa eu só ver, eu tenho uma bolinha verde aqui. Será que é aqui? Ah, não. É aqui que eu vou vir com o Kim. É possível que não seja. Olha só quem tá aqui.
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave. He appears completely at ease, like a common holidaymaker.
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no? What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market. And well, I wish to see the situation firsthand. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Yes. There's nothing like a stroll along... Really? Here? How can you be sure? Ah, a very useful gift for a police detective, I'm sure. Fascinating how much history is contained right here. If only one knows where to
É
look
muito
for it.
filha da puta realmente morar em terra com história.
Are you just going to let him get away with these generalities and euphemisms?
Olha que filha da puta.
Well
Não
said.
consigo nem falar.
Let us just be grateful that we don't live in such fascinating times. Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer.
Bora ver.
My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists.
God, of course it does.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of la responsabilité in this part of the world.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then? You knew there was something strange about this one. He's an astral projection, a bureaucratic phantasm. He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in. Well, under ordinary circumstances, the committee contacts you.
In other words, the committee only knows what it wants to know.
É, claro.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer. Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant Coalition aerostatic peacefully patrolling the skies over Rivasham?
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. There, amidst the low-hanging stars, you can just make out signs of motion. It's a set of position lights moving in unison, like a restless constellation. No, it's more like a creature from the abyssopologic zone, a great dark bioluminescent fish.
Fascinating. I always thought it was more like a dragonfly. But isn't it interesting how humanity always finds inspiration in nature? You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachon. And listening,
Caralho.
it has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Mune Convention.
The Bristol Moon Conventions are a series of international agreements governing the treatment of military personnel and civilians in theaters of war, as well as occupied territories. In practice, they are more talked about than observed.
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it, so it might be safer to get in touch from the ground. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on Coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-Coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it. Unfortunately not, no. I don't have the pleasure. I am merely a representative of the Coalition government, not very well versed in technology. But you...
This sounds like something that programming...
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm always my pleasure to be of assistance.
Falar lá com a mulher. Eu já tô aqui.
Oh, the god of dance is back! I'm dancing with the god of...
Porra, dança
Goodbye,
esse
officer.
Cara, depois eu vi um gif do Kim dançando também, me arrependo gravemente.
Yes, what is it? You're asking me to circuit bend onto coalition radio frequencies. You want to know, is it possible? Probably. But is it a good idea? I'm not so sure. The main difficulty will be finding an antenna powerful enough to reach those frequencies. Unfortunately, you can't exactly buy mega long-wave antennas off the shelf. I highly doubt it. That tower is barely able to transmit shortwave signals across the bay.
She has an idea, though. You can see the tiny signal lights firing inside her brain.
I don't see any alternative. We're just going to have to build the antenna ourselves. Because it's a completely different class of antenna. It would be like using a high-end racing carriage where a long-distance lorry is required. We need metal, a lot of it. The taller the structure, the better. Something that is both prominent and easily accessible. If it...
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. The wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. From the north comes the malicious laughter of two children. Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bench and a few. From behind you, a low, spectral voice whispers, "Nay." Beyond the unkempt backyard rises a monstrous assemblage of concrete, plus the voice again. Just a moment. That voice isn't human, and it's not saying nay. It's saying nay. You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you.
The dead king and his horse. It could work.
It may work, you think, but why do you feel like there may be a terrible cost?
We'll need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the
Whatever ambivalence she had about your project before, she's now fully engaged in solving this technical puzzle.
Quiet. I'm doing maths. Yes, assuming we can find just a few pieces, it's completely ridiculous. But I believe we could transform the entire roundabout into one solid
A note of awe in her voice. She's shocked and pleased by her own audacity.
What you choose to call it isn't my concern. I'm only here to tell you what's feasible or not from a technical. I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on hand. The power supply, I will secure on my own. I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be that difficult. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one. But it doesn't really matter where it comes from, so long as it works. That sounds like a perfectly adequate radio.
Não, nem sei qual é isso.
Absolutely not. My Reign Prefect. Certainly. Though it requires a fair amount of technical finesse to remove them. In the meantime, I will gather the rest of the materials.
Ok. Explora a costa. Os sinais. Não achei nenhum sinal. Caramba, eu vou achar essa merda. Ok, tem uma missão agora. Sabe? Talvez eu consiga fazer isso hoje.
cold door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
Pode ser isso aí, mas é impossível, cara. Eu acho que eu só consigo fazer a investigação com química. Não. A parte da... esperar aqui. Tá, só quero ver duas coisas. Eu pensei aqui e a outra é a missão, né? O cara tá falando. Ou que a amiga tá falando.
You see, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains.
Peraí, calma. Hashtag medo. Tem um salvamento rápido.
You see, above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall. And the code felled electrical. How ironic, all these dark rooms. Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense. You felt it before when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. You tried to peer in, but there are no windows. Lieutenant Kitsuragi stands in front of a mirror, fixing his orange bomber jacket. You should be asking him that question.
Ah, ok, tem que esperar ele mesmo. Esperarei. É aqui, meu irmão. É aqui. Porra. Bom. Tô querendo até guardar esse ponto, porque eu não sei qual vai ser a parada daqui, né? Deixa eu guardar esse ponto. Guardar esse ponto. Vem cá, quero teleportar, porra. Tá bom, então aqui, meu. Ok, tá vendo? O dia de hoje foi útil. Liga a conversa com a menina, que ainda não tinha tido, com as duas, né? A menina da biblioteca e a punk lá. Achei o cara aqui, já abriu uma nova missão. Eu quero só fazer uma coisa, tive duas ideias. O indiano falou de uma árvore, ver se tem uma árvore perto do indiano. E eu tava pensando, eu já todas as árvores, ele falou uma árvore aqui, ou sei lá, do outro lado da rua, uma coisa assim. 2, pode ser a própria fita que eu usei pra cantar, eu não sei, será que ela ficou com o cara do Whirling Rex? Não sei, vai ser a minha segunda opção, vou lá ver se eu tenho que pegar a fita de volta. Que é pra dar pro Egghead, né? Depois eu vou também dar uma desviada, ver como é que essa missão ainda anda. Ó, aqui, puxei, iluminou agora.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a...
You like sunglasses, officer?
I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and...
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for...
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
A good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready...
These are all boring. Boring, third-rate, ho-hum sunglasses. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design,
Deixa eu só dar uma lida aqui. Cadê? Premium design.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high...
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. Alright, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer! You look so cool! And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. A man who knows his style. Much.
Tirar o chapéu aqui. Já vai. E a outra. Vai. É o que se dá? Que merda. Deixa eu deixar ele. Então usar o que eu fiz lá em cima. Daqui pariu. Tá.
You keep coming.
Olha aqui a porra da árvore. Vai se arrombar. Pare.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. You tree-hugging. The bronze ribbon twists around and within the branches in an intricately natural pattern. But there's something. There's a twisted logic in this mess. You see the ends of the ribbon, the way it flows, how it twists and turns. It's all starting to make sense. It'll be easier to remove now. slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. A transceiver, is it?
He produces a machine in case.
A Crystal Sprack Model 9 got Waldian engineering at its finest. This is a specialist model, ideal for picking up foreign signals. The Model 9 also comes equipped with a signal purifier to suppress crosstalk, especially good around here with our funky reception. It's about as close to perfection as a transceiver gets. And you won't regret it, officer. Whatever you need, the Model 9 can handle.
Grana pra caralho, é isso mesmo. Não vou gastar com mais nada, 100 milhão. Comprei tudo no jogo, tudo. Gastei com tudo. É isso mesmo que eu tava pensando, foi uma coisa excelente. Ainda bem que eu não gastei com nada, muito caro. Tinha grana pra isso.
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty worthless. Huh? What do you mean? Yes, what about it? Is it any good? The music, I mean. Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in it. You know these visuals would look super cool in the church.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet they would. All those lights and a massive... A sanctuary filled with hand-picked positive photons. There would be...
There's a but, isn't there? There's always a but.
I rather like it here, too. So yeah, I'm not...
There's no way to turn this around, I'm afraid.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for True Passion Project. Just try not to use this tape for negative
Eu devia te falar da outra parada. Muito bom, muito bom. Fica com a melodia. Ah, é essa aqui. Ok. Ah, a outra saiu, foi? Feito? Ah. Ué. Ah, é dentro da... Ah, isso aqui. Acho que é isso. Acho que... Isso aqui é um transceptor que eu peguei. Não, um rádio. Transceptor. Peguei. Ué, perfeito. Caralho. Perfeito. Realmente perfeito. O resto que eu queria fazer... Não é necessário pro caralho, muito bom. Cadê quantos? Eu diria que dava 4. 4. Dava ficar 3, né? Se você tirar. Não, é. Vai. Tirar não. Foco tem o teleporte. Da puta, no caralho, por quê? Eu vou controlar o XP, eu tô. Demorar um pouco quando toda a conversa. Tô pensando em botar em calafrios. Ou mais coordenação, percepção, talvez. Percepção, calafrio. Mais lógica também, gosto. Mais drama. Vamos ver. Acho que quando abrir mais coisas para fazer mais missões, mais tudo, eu evoluo rápido. Estou evoluindo rápido por causa dos excelentes, das excelentes. Aqui, o que foram? Das excelentes internalizações. Eu acho que tem que estar em um dos hubs. Tá em um dos hubs para viajar por. Acho que é isso. Tem que estar na ilha. Essa música é melhor. Essa é a do World Direct.
Good morning! Yeah! Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B.
A hand on his ear, he listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you.
Oh my god.
Wow! Is that? The signs match perfectly!
Cara, tem um violãozinho ali meio. Anjo Badalamenti.
Now, if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably high.
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix on some forgotten local melody, like a folk song? And you just found the original piece that inspired him to create this jam? That would explain why it fits so well.
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck. I don't think he needs any inspiration from folk songs. Maybe he lives in Martinez and just threw away part of his song because he thought it wasn't good enough?
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that? Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
I think you might know the answer.
Oh my gosh.
Oh! But how?
What about that compressor Andre was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing?
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
Como que é?
But it could be hyper hardcore.
Tá, pare. Por favor, por favor. Por favor.
Bzz, 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 goes the track in the background, never ending. You can't grasp what's missing. The young man bobs his head to the music, much as before.
Vagal. Porra! Vou ter que, em algum momento, pegar interaction. Agora meter um quick save aqui e upando interaction, iremos vir para cá. Interação tá com mais 2, para ver se tem mais coisa que me dá interação. Eu acho que não. Puta, essa música é muito boa, cara. Nossa, que música boa.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder!
Here's an idea.
Porta. Pegar o jogo. Save. Vamos embora. Música boa, cara. Vem aqui. Interação. Que é bom que se eu falhar várias vezes eu não vou subir, não.
Good morning!
Bora.
Yeah!
Here's an idea.
Valeu, valeu. Carregar. Bora. Interação.
Good morning! Yeah!
Sidechain the beat.
Limpa, é isso. Foda-se.
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals.
Ok.
The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss, in total silence, still listening.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead Cop Man? Did you break him?
Are you ready, Puss?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Ed.
Agora pra aumentar aqui o som, porque eu tô animado. Manda um joinha, Plau. Bora lá. É agora.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together. It's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
Introducing the ultimate ultimate sound!
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Muito bom.
This is it. This is a new era. The fabric of the world has been irrevocably altered. Who will be the innocence of hardcore melodic dance music?
Perfeito, cara. Que missão boa. Essa merda aqui eu... sei lá. Não sei se eu vou conseguir essa porra. Olha só, comunista 22, moralista 14, ultraliberal 10. Que isso? Caralho, me arrombei, meu irmão. Não quero ser ultraliberal, não. Cara, penitente tá 10 agora, se ele dá 9. Ok. Isso aqui fica aí, vai ficar o calçadão. Não, tem que ser com químicos, cara, ok. Cara, que puta é esse? Tá, então, deixa a robot aí, esse código, então.
Yes, what is it?
I found it.
Ah, very good. Let's see what you have. Is this a Kristallsprach? The Model 9 is an excellent piece of equipment. I don't know what you had to pay for it, but it should work very nicely.
It's not often that she allows herself to be awed, but the way she holds the crystal sprock reminds you of someone receiving a precious gift.
That's a great name.
I believe that means we're ready to get started. I should warn you, once we begin setting up this antenna, we'll need to see the whole process through. There won't be any second chances, any do-overs. You understand? So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now. Ah, yes. I wasn't sure what to do about that, but then I discovered an abandoned power source down by the edge of the bay.
It's obvious. She's referring to your half-sunken Caprice 40.
Oh, yes. I did notice that it was covered in police livery. Then you already know that the carriage itself is a replica, but the rear-mounted engine seems to be in fine working order.
Sei que não ia fazer nada, mas fiz, pô.
My intention is to run a power cable from the engine up to the antenna. It won't last forever, but it should give us enough time to establish a connection with... That's up to you. At a minimum, I would make sure you are physically...
At the very least, you should make sure you're...
Radio engineers typically carry overpriced solvent sprays to clean the antenna connections. But in a pinch, some common ammonia work. Finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep illegal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist. It is possible that technical fields attract a certain kind of person.
I'm ready, let's go.
Very good. If you'll please carry that amplifier and cables, officer. We have quite a lot to carry.
Simbora. Vral. Cabinho. Cabinho vai. Mame. Conectou ali numa roda do cabrunco, sei lá que porra é essa. Passou por ali. Amplificador, Brau, Chaplau. Explodindo umas tomadão, as extensoras mesmo, né? Foda-se, meu irmão. Atravessando a cidade mesmo e que se arrombe. Simbora. Nossa, todos esses arcos aí foram foda. Agora a cara dela é meio estranha, né? Esse boneco aqui.
And now if you'll just connect that here, we're ready to try at least. Please put those on. I've configured the channel so that only your microphone is set to broadcast. We'll both be able to listen, but anyone we reach will only hear your voice.
Okay.
You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some interference, but it's important to keep transmitting your request until you're acknowledged.
Ready?
Ready? Then it will be exactly like every other moment of every other day. I ask again, are you ready?
Yeah, baby.
Good. Beginning.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with fast falling snow. Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez, all mingled with electrical interference caused by scattered thunderstorms over ozone.
Lembro que o Leonel tá fazendo. Sabe que o Leonel fazendo isso? Que o Leonel gosta desse jogo. Lembro que o Leonel tá fazendo na campanha Fim dos Tempos com o Rextor.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
Que porra que é isso?
You're all alone out there, wandering a blasted heath, calling out to the night, but there is no reply, except for the buzzing of invisible machines.
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt. You focus on one strand in particular, one that sounds very nearly human.
Passivos, né? Eles são os passivos.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken?
What?
Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr lebt, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Graz zurückgekommen ist. Halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal. Aber sie hat das Gefühl, seit seiner Rückkehr mit einem Fremden zusammenzuleben.
Something about her son going to Vredefort on an aerostatic to see some psychologists. Or maybe it's the psychologists saying it's normal to have feelings for strangers.
What?
Foreign languages were never your strong suit.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind. Er kann auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
Akademie?
It's very likely, based on what we've recently learned. Give me a moment while I attempt to narrow the receiving mode. In the meantime, you must keep trying. Again?
It's gone now.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. You can feel the lieutenant's presence, even though he's nowhere to be found.
Hey, maybe.
There's no way the lieutenant has his own megalo-frequency connection. Very strange.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
I believe you mean, what was he talking about? Yes, that's by far the most likely explanation. But the odds of us hearing him, though, out of all the voices in the Pale?
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
Are astronomically low.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
Ah, very good thinking. I'll engage it now.
Someone has been maintaining it.
That's much better. Please, try again.
Where's departure? Are you there, Lieutenant Dubois? Please acknowledge.
Damn! Even with the crosstalk suppressed, the signal is still very weak. I did not expect simply locating the signal to be so difficult. We must consider several variables. Local entroponetic conditions, the sophistication of our transceiver, the quality of our connections, and the physics of our antenna itself.
E tem uns que não precisam ser tipo o pai do cu, não. Foda-se, né? A velhinha lá que... A faxineira, eu não precisa, mas é até ela que é uma personalidade. Todo mundo é muito, muito bom, velho. É muito bom esse jogo. Obviamente tem alguns bem mais do que outros. Essa aqui eu diria que tá no nível bom. Tem cena e tal. Tem alguns que são muito altos, tipo o Kim, os dois, o René e o outro velho, o Evrard, todos os quatro malucos lá do punk. Pô, muito bons personagens, muito bom.
Fortunately, we have a more than adequate transceiver, so I do not believe it is causing any problems.
Pô, os três caminhoneiros aqui são únicos, a véia é muito louco, cara, mas artista, o racistão, tal, são personagens interessantes de interagir, pô, para se arrombar.
And we're also unlikely to change our local entroponetic conditions. So, the next step is to thoroughly inspect our connections. You need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
But you don't have the technique.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind.
That's true, but I can't leave my station, so it will. Then you might break your neck.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Por favor, não me arrombe. Bora carregar tudo. Meu Deus. Nossa senhora, aí não dá. That's very fucking dangerous. Cara, tem que subir. Aí já é trash.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasing. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument.
Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Ainda vai dar pose. Ok, levemente bugado, mas tudo bem.
That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
I didn't see anything. I was focused on my work. Have you checked the connections yet?
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one is clean. The programmer mentioned ammonia, but anything alcoholic should dissolve. It takes a few moments, but the alcohol
What are you doing? Oh, cleaning the connection. Mark.
Once the oils have been dissolved, you wipe off the connection.
I had hoped that between the signal purifier and cleaning the connection. Unser einziges Kind. Kann auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. Ideally, narrow the receiving mode so that we can isolate the warship signal and eliminate the crosstalk. But if you don't know what you're doing, of course you could just make it worse. What do you mean? You enter...
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and you are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about his features seems bizarrely distorted. Not intentionally. It's a matter of perspective. The king was never meant to be seen from such an angle as you've attained. This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition as its rider. The sky is opaque with dark clouds, snow spirals all around you. You turn to the east, but the visibility is quite poor. You see no sign of Coalition warship Archer, though you know it can't be too far away. A few of the idle lorry drivers and strikebreakers gesture at you with their cigarettes, more out of curiosity than anything else. From the window of one of the adjacent apartment buildings, an older woman leans out, her heavy breasts sagging. She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk.
Discriminação de objeto. Puta que pariu. Olho para escuro. Olho para escuro, joguei. Purificador de sinal ativado. Pegada firme. Oh meu Deus, por favor, por favor. Yes! 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 Porra, era um vermelho ainda. Olha a merda se tivesse falhado. Cara, eu tô obliterando a arte.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
That's very good. Just a bit. Nein, Liebling.
The signal is clear. The storm has passed. This is another voice, a live voice.
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Coalition Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting it.
Aha! Excellent! You are connected. Now be quick. I don't know how long I'll be able to preserve the signal.
This is it. You're finally getting to speak with those who hold real power. And by that they mean the ones with the guns and the warship. There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you some time, but you can't forget what...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? A very important question with a very simple answer. We want to mind beyond that. It may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's...
Dolores Day. So beautiful.
Immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. Nothing less than the intellectual foundation of our modern. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists. It was established by many of the same founding party members who elected Dolores Day, and who, after her assassination, dedicated their lives to the continuation of their political and intellectual projects.
The other members of the founding party moved to Sur-la-Clay and invented modern corporate finance. Their names may still be found on the pediments of some of the largest investment banks in the world.
It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction of... Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity befalling its own people. All powers are incentivized to de-escalate conflicts before they reach the point of no return. For the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free of violent conflict, but in the modern era, we have made great strides to reduce its frequency, duration, and severity. There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. They claim to have resolved the inherent contradictions of moralism, and believe they're just one revolution away from establishing a humanist paradigm. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to Deloreanism. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day's reign simply represents a glorious phase of expansion within a greater Franco-Nigerian heritage. They criticize the DeLorean project for accepting and integrating new peoples rather than forcefully subjugating. And then there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted many of our same rites and iconography, though they persist in rejecting the umbrella of moralism.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
We don't resent them. It's more that we are disappointed that they have chosen to emphasize certain points of dispute over broad areas of...
She speaks of them like a family member she's abandoned hope of ever maturing.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners in a number of centrist governing coalitions. The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists under the umbrella of the Moral Intern. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly of the coalition. It's our understanding that the RCM's organizational structure predates the coalition. We believe it may even be modeled after the communal brigades themselves. But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working in hands.
The Ethics Division is the branch of the RCM that coordinates activities with the Coalition. It's composed of high-ranking RCM officials and their medium-ranking Moral Intern counterparts. It's considered a career-making assignment for elite RCM officers. In other words, it's a fundamental part of the RCM, so you probably shouldn't ask her any questions about it.
One now committed to upholding moralist values. History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways. Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Vesperashi? If you have, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the world, impossible to mistake or forget. The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weathered marble, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series of grand plazas. During the day, it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great cities of Pericarnassus. But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre lattice. When you see it, you suddenly understand. It was all built for you, for this very moment.
The name Advesperaskit means evening comes.
For you, for not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows is effortlessly woven into the great lattice work, a deliberate synthesis of humanity, art, and the natural world.
Essas pequenas coisas que o jogo traz é muito bonito, cara, muito massa.
Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes.
Uma fantasia urbana, um sci-fi urbano, e com a fantasia urbana e um sci-fi político, né? Foda.
In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of Dolores Day's crowning, it was also one of the great cities of the Dolorian era, a glorious expression of humanity's highest potential. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of many generations, and its preservation is an equally monumental responsibility.
There's a word at the tip of your tongue, a name. Egret is the name of a common bird, a heron with white plumage. At various times, its feathers have been prized for ladies' hats.
Yes, it does. It's the name of a bird, of course, but it's also the designation for the Archer's Coordinated Impact Artillery System. Why do you ask? Yes, names tend to do that, don't they? You are currently speaking with Coalition Warship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachol. Of course not. It's simply a rhetorical convention. A common synecdoche. Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be. You were never very good at it. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always with the first person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she represents. Not to mention the airborne artillery platform she works on. Her every word is backed up by the most powerful ordnance available.
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Coalition Warship Archer, which in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally, which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world.
Yeah.
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Interest umbrella. Perhaps you could say that we represent the interests and hopes of a great many people. But you could say, just as easily, that we are the assistant to the secretary of a factotum. No more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common street. It all depends on your perspective. The chief signaler, our superior. They are ultimately responsible for all communications aboard the Archer. But now, we've wandered quite far afield.
Liebling, bitte.
Time is running short, officer. I estimate you have...
Come again? We're picking up more interference. That's difficult to say. We have a very particular... Perhaps the best way to describe it... Well, it's rather dark now, but from... There are a few people on horses by a small pond. The homes and gardens are quite beautiful. We cannot say for certain. East it must be. We have only recently been deeded to the Archer, so we are still learning the names of all the many districts.
She needs to see you down here. That's the only...
Martinez. That is to the west, yes? Stand by a moment. Yes, we are looking at the river now. Interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half. This must be the 881, no? Very well. Now, we're looking at an area...
She must be describing the eminent domain, the district under the shadow of the 881. It's heavily working class, with no municipal infrastructure to speak of. To your knowledge, no such revitalization is forthcoming.
Now we see the lake, and around that, a rather vibrant-looking city quarter. There are some...
A distended pause. A slight chill of embarrassment. She isn't sure what to say.
Extremely different. We knew there were still parts of Revachol that have not fully recovered from the revolution. But here, the destruction is quite evident, even compared to the eastern side of the city. But what's most striking are the people. They just... We don't even know how to say it. We really couldn't say. That's one of the limits of this vantage. But the whole district does have a very desperate character. And then, there's all the tear line about. It's very unpleasant to look at. We're going to widen our viewfinder a bit. A roundabout. Aha! Yes, we see the monument. But there seems to be a man on top of it. That's you. We have to say, that's extremely irregular, Lieutenant. What are you doing on top of the public monument? Interesting. We don't know much about Revacholian art, so... In any event, it is certainly interesting to see it, even from afar. Most of the time, we signalers just have to imagine what our interests are.
Officer, I've held the signal open as long as I can.
Is everything alright?
Ok. Lance bem.
Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
Histórico de trotes é de celebridade, não consegue largar o passado. Ok, mostrei a marquesa é ela, subiu uma estranha. Ok, até o pior atributo, pelo menos. Quer dizer, pelo menos não, é o pior, certeza eu acho.
Not a problem. If this is a time, they typically respond within a few weeks. We're afraid that is quite impossible, Lieutenant Dubois. We cannot transfer you to the committee because we are not entrusted with that responsibility.
Then, why are you wasting time with her?
That is the nature of the command pyramid, yes.
This line of argument is quite pointless. You should abandon it.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she? That's only because they haven't heard about your problem.
So, you're experiencing acute memory loss. We're afraid we don't understand at all. What does this something have to do with your lost memory? Unfortunately, we cannot accept your request. Now, please excuse us while we update the receiver.
What a disappointment. I was almost sure something truly interesting. You can calm down now, officer. I'm going to begin packing.
There's a damp cold running up the insides of your thighs. Your legs have grown stiff. You've been up here quite a while. You look around. Most everyone has already gone home for the night. It's really just you. You could stay a while longer if you wanted.
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers. Leave the cables. I don't feel like making 2 trips. Well, this was an interesting collaboration.
Yes, it was.
Really? I do not think we were all that successful. But maybe the RCM has a different definition. In any event, just leave that equipment here. I'll put it away later. Now you'll excuse me?
Excepcional. Essa música é sacanagem. Pra tomar no cu, meu irmão. Gosto pra caralho desse estilo. Ok, assumir a responsabilidade. Não falei com o conselho, mas maybe it's better than me. Ah, isso. Oh, rapaz. Ok, como se fosse um chapéu? É, provavelmente não. Vou criar polícia aqui. Ó, essas todas aqui, isso aqui não dá mais. Isso aqui ainda não dá. Dá. Porta o barra não dá. Bora falar com a velocidade de reação. Será que dá ainda ou era só lá antes? Vou descobrir agora.
Hardcore.
Ixi. Investigador afiário. O que é isso aqui? Velocidade de reação, né? Nada me dá voz da atenção. Oh, ok.
Harcourt.
Simbora.
The silver bird has already flown away.
Ah, cara, vai se arrombar, meu irmão. Vamos botar uma roupa aí, uma diferenciada. Uma passinha. Foda-se. Hoje vai ser nesse andar. Simbora, simbora. Só pelo style. Tô pensando em deixar esse ponto guardado. Porque eu quero falar com o Kim, mas eu acho que depois eu vou querer tirar, né, essa habilidade aqui, porque ela não dá nada. Então eu vou querer gastar com esquece. E ele pegou outro. Bom, vamos beber.
It's getting late and a brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside.
What is this place to you?
Westward, across the canal, towers the whirling in rags. Door number 1 on the second floor is locked. In a small shack in the fishing village, a Baroque heater hums quietly, emanating a sense of comforting warmth. Far away, on the corner of Perdition and the Main, a nondescript building, obscured in a haze. It's vacant and lost, just like its tenant. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Revachol forever.
Oh my gosh.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of still not happening. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough sign, like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender. Beneath the damp sprouts a new vigor, like you've discarded some bad decisions. It feels as though you've passed through. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. You almost look like a professional.
Que nojeira! Que nojo essa
The bed is comforting. The place feels almost like home now, quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
Nossa, horrível isso. Horrível personagem. Deixa eu ver o que é o save.
It's easier this time.
Nossa, mas muito longe. Puta que pariu. Nossa, nossa. Nossa, eu vou ficar sem a minha barba. Coisa nojenta.
Blackness, blackness, blackness. The ultimate disco. The ruins of your life behind you. Still smoldering. Ashes rise. But you're not looking.
For now, a little while, you can. When the pictograms and the hieroglyphs of the world return, they seem silent somehow. The alarm rings quietly too. You're ready.
Nossa, ridículo esse cara. Eu vou ficar com essa... Nossa, que coisa nojenta. Nojenta. Nojenta, 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 nojenta. Realmente triste, triste. Triste escolha que fiz. Meu Deus. Ó, aqui no boneco até que fica bom, né? Mas... Caralho, meu. Caralho. Que coisa horrível. Que coisa cebosa. Nojento ele. Aqui. I missed you, mate.
Yes? Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps... No, it's okay, I guess. I may have preferred the mutton chops. They sort of seem to cover the...
Damage. Yeah, damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying? Okay. Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we should... Mm-hmm. What? You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people's sexuality now.
Yeah,
but am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mind project. Yes, I am.
Okay.
That's the truth.
Cara, só isso. Realmente.
Yes?
Realmente. Era só isso. Não, isso é bem interessante o jogo. Foda-se mesmo. Foda-se. Para de se obcecarem em relação a isso, não. Uma boa mensagem. Uma boa mensagem. E, por ser uma boa mensagem, bye bye. Ai, ai, ai. Acho que já vou terminar por hoje. Deixa eu ver. Tá bom. Hardcore static. Ok, dá mais um de volition, mais um de endurance. Outro aqui. Arnovanek. Todos os modos vai. Isso serve para alguma coisa? Tô dando uma olhada, né, na lista aqui. Ok, vai revelar os posters do Arnovanek. Mega! gerador. Gate of Birth. Interessante. Gate of Birth Generator é interessante. E a outra acho que é Highway South. Não, é Auto. Do que bem? Auto alguma coisa. Não? Road. Não quer ver. Lonesome. Não. Motorway South. Mais um de Inland Fire. Deixa eu ver as coisas. All links. No. Not that. Necessary. Not necessary. Magnesium lamp, base lamp. Yup. Arco coletor. Esse parece que é interessante porque pode ser útil. Dá mais 3 em uma parada. Bow collector. Não era bow collector? What? The bow collector? Dá mais 3 de shivers. Eu sempre vejo esse Guilherme do M1. Sempre esqueço. Guilherme do M1. Não, eu acho que esse é interessante, cara. Gerador de dados. Não. Que dá menos 2 paradas. Ah, boa collector. Não, mas o dado de nascimento também era bom. Logic aumenta learning cap. Não, mas já tá me dando alguma coisa, né? Não precisa, não. Precisa não. Acho que vou botar o Art Collector por enquanto. Qualquer coisa, mais uma vez, só excluo depois se eu não gostar. Certo. Não vejo outra coisa ao que fazer, a não ser fazer aquela parte da missão com o Kim. Mas bora começar essa galera.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning south.
Falar com o Joyce, Mayor.
You're back? Good. What can I help you with?
Achei. Bom. Bora lá, né, Kim? Let's go! Ah, é bom que eu já... Simbora aqui. Tomara que seja isso mesmo. Tinha que esperar o Kim. Vou jogar muito mais longe. É. Aqui, né? É. Se liga aqui.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&B. Tomorrow is just a whisper
Essa é
away.
uma parte da história, tipo, eu acho que aqui, tipo, você vai entrar em outra parte da história, então é bom fazer as missões secundárias logo. Aqui, ó, encontrou a armadilha vazia da... Escutou a história verdadeira da Lena. Nossa, que massa. Que massa. Reconstruiu a execução. Ok. Fez aquela ligação terrível. Ok. Confrontou porcina, beleza. Estabeleceu o clube noturno, legal. Descobriu uma anomalia, legal. Notificação de morte. Nem sei o que é isso, nem me lembro o que é isso. Encontrou o casaco. Olha aí. Caramba, que massa. Calafrios. Puta, devia ter botado mais um de calafrios, né? E eu vou ganhar calafrios 3. Putz. Foda-se. Porra, 6 horas. Que merda, velho. Que merda. 6 horas vai dar. Bora esperar 6 horas, que se foda. Será que dá pra esperar 6 horas? Bora fazer o seguinte aqui. Bora meter um joguinho. Jogo que são 10 dias só, né? Eita. É que se foda, né? Puta que pariu, né? 97% dá pra ter mais 3. Pelo amor de Deus, né? Pelo amor de Deus, simbora.
The once bright mural towers above you. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cult. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not, and now you're just standing there. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas? A prayer of sorts? To Revachol?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure of... Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Parece aí, porra. Tá bugado. Já vou pra cá. Bora dar uma andada ali. Que isso? Ué? Será que vai abrir? Sei lá. Bora dar uma andada. Eu quero dar uma olhada embaixo. Não, andada esconderido. Aqui não tem nada, né? Aí, porque parou de bugar. Graças a Deus. Loucura foi aquela. Graças a Deus, não tá bugando mais. Beleza, bora dar uma olhada pra conta. E eu acho que vai ter alguma coisa aqui. Não tem nada aqui. Não, por baixo, caralho. Não é aqui não. É lá embaixo. Do lado do lado. Peraí. Bora investigar tudo. Tem que ver com a vida.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? No, I'm afraid I...
So you haven't...
No, I'm sorry.
There's something friendly. He's telling the truth.
Ok. Mesmo que tem um lugar que fala, parece entrada de um burreiro, né, também. Mas acho que não vai ser. Tem aquela casa lá também, que a gente entra várias vezes, não tem nada. Não é possível, cara. Será que eu tenho que andar, aparecendo...
There's no way the perp isn't here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points. And dangerous. Dangerous too.
Quem fala? Pode ser um esconderijo. Caralho, não faço ideia. Ok. Dê uma olhada ali, foi bom. Vamos procurar aqui. Não tem muito lugar. Não tem outro lugar. Então volto por aqui. Até o final. Essa porra aqui, que é isso ali? Posso pensar tempo não, estamos no dia 7. Como falar, são 10.
The once bright mural towers above you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs. And then...
She's down there.
Okay. Why? So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old.
There has to be a way to use brute force. An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. A building like this must have multiple doors. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely. However, the pipe suggests there... And it's right here. A maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. Oh yeah. Big boy time. This...
I see. Another stop on your crusade against narcomania. I was...
An ordinary drainage. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown. Metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But, together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze.
Good work. Shall we?
Foda-se, escadaria também. Tá louco? Oh, rapaz. Caramba, um novo cenário. If you say so. If you say so. Vou até botar uma parada mais... sei lá, meu irmão. Uma parada dessa. Tchau. Now we are ready, boys. Uma roupa interna. Cara, essa aqui é aqui. Let's go. Não, puxa. Ai, mas... Caralho, não sei como.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an... The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be...
All you will find here is pain.
Caralho. VERDADEIRO, calma lá. Nova roupa, nova roupa. Bonito. É bonita a roupa. Tá que pariu. Para tirar essa daqui, eu faço já vou pra cá. Isso aqui. Pra cá. Aí, calma, calma. É grande, isso não é grande.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow, this does look like an embrasure. A slit outside the window. The day is clear, and as mild as can be.
It's a great place to hide, certainly. But there hasn't been anyone here. Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough.
Lindo, lindo, lindo. Esse jogo é muito bom, é sério. É, esse eu não tenho, né? Mas...
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles. With Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. Glory to the revolution, comrade.
Ué, cara, parece muito bem.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower... Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair matched by an ample... Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious... I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a pit.
Makes sense, you're right. Eu vou pôr, eu gosto de upar, não vou upar nenhum desses ainda não. Quero upar os que eu gosto. Então, vamos upar. Tô no projeto de fechar a enciclopédia. A enciclopédia é muito legal. Pra fechar a enciclopédia. Pô, deixa eu trocar o chapéu, apesar que esse chapéu ficou maneiro. Isso é legal. Caralho.
You feel something, like a
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there. No.
It's not a quib. This
looks like our suspect. If she's in here, once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Caralho, tem que voltar lá então, cara. Lá em cima, pô. Pensei que lá em cima era o...
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire...
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
You're right. However corrupt he may be.
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information.
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes...
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still, good.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly...
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go...
Primeiro, dá uma olhada aqui. Opa. Olha lá em cima. Não sei como eu subi aqui, mas tudo bem. Porra, não nada. Ah, era só isso. Puta que pariu, devia ter feito isso antes, né? Vamos embora então. Vou virar essa parada e já sabe que vai entrar na minha mão, né? Essa cena, eu vou até tirar essa luva. Vou trocar. Meia luz. A luz é bom. Vou pesquisar. Isso aqui dá o quê? Esse que eu tô. Tá bom. Eu prefiro ter mais coordenação. Eu lembro que vai que eu considero. O jogo até falou se não foi exato o suficiente. Era só isso, era só pra saber quem era ali.
Somehow, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance.
As she says the word, officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like, no, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULEM frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his traps shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't... A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your ability.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond. No, once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops. And of...
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. If you've got something really important to say, you can do it.
You're looking for a deal with my mattress.
Spirit FM.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like a weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted, be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shed. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped... Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people who don't like. Wait.
A dull despair.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people are...
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening. And? Sure don't.
The breach loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
No, they're not practical. Break a knocked way 80 front loader.
That isn't it.
The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. Damn. That girl's pretty, but not that pretty. In fact, nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. For the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Right on.
Oh. So that's where you were going with it. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on?
The lieutenant watches her.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we...
Clausy only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to.
Seriously, just move on.
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it, move on.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
By the way, DeLorean tragedies are still held in high regard for innovation in language and motifs. They are also known for overwrought emotions leading to catastrophic outcomes.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for Europe. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar. No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on. No, I did not. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's a
Yeah? Where? How should I know?
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late. Listen.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
É fácil imaginar que deu alguma merda. Eu já tinha pensado que o cara morreu aqui, ó. E ela chegou lá e caralho, o cara foi assassinado. Já tava com o plano, já preparado.
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once Keith got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get...
Klasia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be the... As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything down...
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn la puta madre. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make... All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea. Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Mino. We could either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. John takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstam. He can give us a ride.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please delete.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Oh.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head. She looks at the machine, assessing the...
Oh, fuck it.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other option. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario. She pulls the trigger before you finish your sentence. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. That tent there.
Puta que pariu. Caralho. Será que provavelmente tinha, né? Como deixar ela vir. Nossa senhora.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and
we should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty magazines. You should look through them. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
Okay.
Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with code.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Tá bugado. A luz do meu carregador tá bugada, mas tá carregando.
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? That name isn't mentioned as far as you can. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head. The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from today. Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
She was in plenty of trouble, even without the murder charge. Still, it's a nasty business. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Okay.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... Either way, one thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags.
Oh my great God. This was insane. Insanity. Vou botar mais um link. Vou botar mais um link grava. Nossa senhora. If you dare. Dá pra botar uma roupa mais classic. Vou voltar pra essa. Com essa aí mesmo. Isso aqui. sei nem qual foi uma vez salvo. Meu Deus, tem que save aqui. Wow, that was insanely good. Fuck. Caralho, tá, que pariu. Agora que eu entendi como é que é o travel, tá na zona de outro hub do travel. Ué, eu não entendi não ainda. Pensei que tipo, quando você tava no hub, é você viajar pro outro. Caralho, realmente. Então não faz nenhum sentido. O travel não faz nenhum sentido. Isso. Eu acho que hoje já foi suficiente. Só me mover até lá e ó, só um 10 aqui. Esse aqui vai ser.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Bye. Fica lá fora. Ah, fuck now.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
You're back. Good.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water around you.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy...
Vamos apagar o carro, eu acho. Perguntar os malucos. Quem sabe? Aí eu paro de dentro do Rolling Rag.
Stop. Now. It is time. Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul. Be prepared. Make sure you have your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your...
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens.
Stop. Now. It is crisis. Be prepared. Your fingers reflexively reach...
Then you'd better get...
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all of...
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street? This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like that.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful. What the fuck is that? That's awesome.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight...
A sound strategy.
The mercenary tribunal. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Oh my god. What the
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation. With a wordless gurgle, the leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you... No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you... Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah? Who did that? Yeah? Who the fuck is Ruby?
A suspect. Ruby is a suspect we chased down on the coast. She was hiding.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me that confusing.
Listen, please.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a pub.
You're lying.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver. 8 rounds in the barrel.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking
The shot rings in your ears. The young woman stands and looks behind her.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second guess.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him.
That doesn't sound good. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close... Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. I have some trivia to get him interested in facts.
I am a Grinnell Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets... Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
King Reaper. You're right, but you see,
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Oh my god!
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't.
Oh my gosh.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are an Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Nossa, ele reclama das jogos, cara. Meu Deus.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask. 0.6 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the thick barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger.
Caralho. Só que foi. Dá os dois, coordenação motora. Pulso menos 2. Menos 2. O arco coletor, pare. Pare agora. Pare agora.
Absolute destruction. Is there anything we could use to protect? He's drunk. Drunk fighters over. A full suit of armor can't be too agile.
Okay.
You can shift direction faster than he can. From the corner of your eye, he's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take it out. In the background, the leader staggers.
Não tem como usar droga aqui no meio. Pelo amor de Deus.
The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. God, please. He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. Then, 2 shots ring at once and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Blood gushes from the helmet. An unbelievable. The helmet looks like the face of an ancient god of Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes staring through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he's the look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do. Here it comes. Death.
Pelo amor de Deus. Como é que pode, cara? Como é que pode? Deixa eu fazer o final.
You can't. There is no time. Something. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air. Feels slick and warm with. The Hardy Boys are screaming.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Most of what's down there.
Oh God.
It's all gone. Oh, no. It's just a fear. Nothing. A persisting darkness.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. You hear me?
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant doesn't see it. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full. There is no room for hesitation. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more.
The fight? There is no. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. And rotting.
He can't go. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed.
Hours turn to days.
The engine of a good...
No, it was him.
Life gets hard, but we go on. You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
Tremendo, cara.
Sunrise, Arabella.
Sunrise,
Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Ai, mesmo eu.
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an alright. It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Jesus Cristo, meu Deus do céu. Nossa, eu falhei no tiro e falhei no desvio, cara. Nossa, que terrível. Eu pensei. Nossa, ainda bem que eu defendi os caras, velho.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Como é que é? Ah, tá. Bom.
Yes, we have also completely failed.
Foda-se, gastei tudo, fiquei nervosíssimo. Nossa, tô com 4 só agora.
Mr. Guard cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Caralho, o cara me deu 4 de graça. Nossa, que jogo bom.
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit with his carabine. I was looking for...
He sounds a tiny bit sorry. He did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He didn't.
This is not the first person to...
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alan, and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer De Paul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Tá fumando? Ah, ele fuma, é. Mas é só de noite.
This is the one.
He nods.
This is the one.
De Paul was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. Company is... Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst in it. And we...
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse. But he took a real beating.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill and now.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
Nossa, a velocidade de reação. Filha de uma puta, é muito pouca a minha velocidade de reação, realmente. Que se foda aquela reflexão. Ia ganhar o quê? Nem sei que ia ganhar. Cancelei ela, acho que perdi ela. Cadê? Não, ainda posso, né? Olha lá. Nossa! Ah, vou botar aqui, né? Assim não, não.
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the we will see.
Through tears and blood and stitches tearing, it's
no.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent up. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you.
I don't know.
He may have some idea, but he's not gonna get...
I did.
Thank you.
No need. Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Caralho, só quero dar um abraço aqui. Nossa, tô emocionado, velho. Fiquei nervoso, cara. Puta que pariu, não ficava nervoso assim em muito tempo. Porque esse jogo você se sente fudido com capacidade de morrer mesmo. Cara, eu tinha 9, gastei pra porra, acho que nem era necessário.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about...
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce has left?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the mission. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her.
Yeah, okay. Puta que pariu.
Oh yes, she left 20 minutes. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her. But maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in the end.
Who would have figured? By the way, the lieutenant does not actually believe you will be spiritually reimbursed for letting her escape. You just...
I don't know. I think the dangerous theory you presented on Classio, or whatever her name is, was wrong. We have not found a motive. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Não, a gente descobriu muita merda, mas... Será que é um assassino, realmente? Um assassino, tipo... quem foi? Será que é um personagem que a gente não conhece, mas tem motivações que a gente conhece?
He does not know what to reply. It's morning outside, you think.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his...
That does make some sense.
Absolutely. There's no other...
He's made his peace with it. He's...
What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected.
He's wrong.
Okay. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes. Go curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very...
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. What do you want?
The lieutenant didn't mention... Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Why not?
Oh my gosh.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know.
Olha só, finalmente liberou o barulhinho.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of...
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odd...
Ah, ok.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift? I am not drawing my gun. Yet.
He says he's not, but his hand moves in. Just don't walk into another raid. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
The medicine cabinet. Pity.
Of course you were. How does that work anyway? Amphetamine.
There is little condescension in his phrasing. More measured curiosity.
That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she...
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
What?
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof out. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely.
She had a long time to think about it after.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make? The lieutenant looks out the window and onto the bay.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Not a lot, no. Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Nossa. Que jogo bom. Que jogo bom. Que jogo bom. Que jogo bom. Bom pra caralho. 3 vezes 1000, meu irmão. Puta que me pariu. Puta que me paróis. Meu irmão. Será que falta muito ainda? O jogo, que horas são? 7. Ah, meu brother. Bora ver. Mas doer, pá. Não. Vamos dar uma salvada. Lá embaixo desse. Alguma coisa. Tchau. ali ainda. Eu acho que eu vou conseguir fazer o final mesmo da história. Eu vou, cara. Deve ter mais um pouquinho, né? Depois pra terminar umas missões a mais e tal. Se for muito longo, eu paro, mas vou aqui tanto na. Muito foda assim, bonito. Caralho, tava. Sério, pô, eu pensei que ia ter um fato. Bora ver.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its client. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a badass. Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I...
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Muito bom. Muito bom, muito bom. Você é melhor.
Hi again, gendarme.
Não tem nada pra falar da massacre.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Tá bom. Ei, e você? Se você falar a mesma coisa de sempre, você merece a morte imediata. Vá tomar no cu. Nossa.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raised...
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Well, cheers anyway, copper. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry...
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit. Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run. But no, he stayed. Stupid, brave fella. Well, yeah. Memento Mori.
Memento Mori, or remember that you must die. is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around since the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity of earthly life and the transient nature of all earthly pursuits. In essence, it means one should live virtuously in this life to live better in the afterlife.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bet a good-looking guy.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or...
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands.
Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I... Nope.
He did. He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd say...
Yeah, go pay Monica visiting Janro. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
It sincerely amuses him how hard these guys typecast themselves.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right. Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Janro. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hard, hardy boy, copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer.
I will, capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This...
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vault under.
Véi. Perfeição. Será derretu. Acho que eu vou parar aqui por hoje, vou comprar mais.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood, and this was Cindy the Scar. The lieutenant crouches.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. And blood. Some of it is even...
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? The fuel oil catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. Rain turns to vapor above the burning message. What if the words are not directed at the people of Martinez, or even the coalition aerostatics above the city? They're meant for something above even those. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Nossa, que jogaço. Bom para caralho. Calma, vou até salvar, teve pique. Vou jogar mais
Mon Dieu! You set it on fire! What kind of a policeman are you?
Well, thank you, officer. It certainly lightened the mood.
Very cozy, like a little street fair almost.
Wow! A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking cool. That's cool.
Eu quero ver o diálogo, né, que vai ter.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may...
Something is wrong. Oh, no reply.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is... It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us to... No more dangerous than stepping between three armed mercenaries. And I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, you can try calling again.
They're shutting you up. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If in the cabin you see a...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong... So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Is it wise to share information? The lieutenant, what are you doing?
Oof. Good on her. And good on you, too. Better focus. And she didn't do it, believe me. If it's something bad, then she didn't do it. Didn't know her for long, but I know people.
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
A lorry stuck in the A lorry stuck the windows. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you. The Boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in. No, man.
He says it matter-of-factly.
Time will tell. I'll tell Evrak you drop by. I'm sure he'll be glad. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live. You know it, friend.
Is this about the question?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Okay, here.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool. Cool. That's very cool. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. Who knows?
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case they gave me.
Muito bom essa agonia também. Muito bom. Eu acho que quando eu jogo demais no computador, eu sentado. E aí, o que você viu por hoje?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for...
Quer ver? Eu vou dando uma olhada em diálogos, né? Sou diálogos.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels warped. See? Even your body. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to smash through that.
Proper weightlifting gloves would...
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I should... Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all of this. Just look at that limp.
Yeah.
Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes!
Nossa.
I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime. No need to be modest, good officer. You've convinced... In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Okay. Internet for the hats. What? Vai porra. E vai. Caralho. Será que... Puta, pensei numa coisa. Se for... Velho. Será que aquele lugar é a casa do triple fascista? Como eu falei aquele teste, eu perdi a chance. Puta que me pariu. Acho que é isso. Que merda.
Give me a moment.
É. A dedinha vazou. Refusou depois o botão. Então, faz o seguinte. Caralho, eu não entendo qual é a parada disso.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics. So it goes. Now, what can I do for you?
Eu realmente quero entender. Eu acho que eu realmente não tá no final. Devido ao fato de que tem coisa que tem
The trap is fourth.
cara de que sabia, cara, eu sabia. Olha ali. Olha lá, a galera.
Our tenant, the policeman. Even I can see that. I took, though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen. I'm not sure those were the loss of the men with guns.
Then we'll be ready. The scruffy-haired little boy.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
Religion returns.
Eu não sabia que ia ter parado. Sabia. Tem como você vai como pra igreja. Bora lá, só pra falar com a galera.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Hey.
Goodbye, officer.
Yes, what is it?
Tipo, logicamente, ninguém espera uma cena daquela. Isso, agora vem.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Everyone does that, in a way. You don't have to get shot. What happened to you anyway?
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. Aye. I bet they are. That's nothing to...
It's not...
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no
Of course, man. It's only for...
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she...
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here.
That's cool. You boast in your bacterial infection like that.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the...
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place?
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
The scruffy-haired little boy.
On that island, that's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Allora fu presi in cara, botaram na foto só dobrado, ele tem cor diferente aqui, pô.
Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war.
I don't know what these are. They're alive. The fire guy comes and asks us.
They must mean a human being on that island.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled. We shouldn't be. Our father killed him. Don't say that. He didn't. I don't know. doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the father.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Bem estranho, bem estranho. Esse ponto eu vou deixar. Vai, né? Deixa eu falar. Não, vai falar os seus filhos.
Be careful out there.
A skiff with a small steering. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the stop. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Sim, pra caralho. Okay.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank.
Yes? What about me? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. The eyebrow is it's like you're locked down.
Something the matter?
This guy's got authority off the charts. With just the flick of his eye, nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject.
A treta, isso aqui, não sei como é que faz. Fecha? Outra terça? Foda-se, isso aqui eu acho que vai ter agora, isso aqui também. Acho que vai ficar a treta, não sei como fazer isso. Esse aqui provavelmente eu me arrumei. E esse aqui, foda-se. Então bora.
The skiff float. Once you have you made. Remember what the net picker said. It's a
what? Fine. Let's black.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
talvez eu consiga voltar. Ah, bem pertinho. Isso aí. Ah, tá bom.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Vamos lá. Então vamos meter rápido. Um beijo.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bell when you...
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of...
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch. The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss. Call the Mama Dakwa. We are way out now. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such thing.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods.
Eita. Caralho, pera lá. Cara, era só isso. Pelo... Ok, então tem pra cá. Pra cá. Joga aqui de novo. Vai. Pera.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neo. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign. No. An upside.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
No, that's the...
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreito. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Oi! Quê? Já vou. Ah, eu vou dormir lá mesmo. Deixa tudo arrumado do caralho.
Books and magazines, like most, are soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Well, yes.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment.
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain setup.
Interesting. Soft covers. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog. You didn't realize how tired you were. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins. Sleep.
Aí é foda. Bugou. Que bonito. Adorei. Que pariu. Ai, Jesus. Vamos ir rapidão. Feita. Essa aqui. Preciso ir, né? Ah, vai aparecer uma bolinha aqui pra falar disso. Ué? Caralho, porque é passivo, né? Coisa que é passivo. Ah, aqui é.
The chain trail.
Ah, yes. So it's for bringing
as a defensive measure
from enemies. Enemies of the
Right. Isso aqui não tá parecendo, não, acho.
The dry ground, the flock of on the like of great importance, a silent, the far snow fall, a low hum, air flow, a flake of snow.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant called the Mamata. We are way out. No, it's just.
Agora só salvou.
ICM.
Insulindian.
Sounds an awful.
It does. The RCM. It's impossible.
Nice, a mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on it.
This is better preserved than the... No.
With its horns in the sky.
No.
A DeLorean.
After one of these barrels was...
ICM.
Vou terminar já. Caralho, eu acho barato ali. Não, vai não. Vou lá. Não tem nem bicho aqui.
An old cylindrical generator isn't the lieutenant puts.
It's cold now. But
wait.
Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel.
The lieutenant pauses. Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration.
Long and cold.
There's no time to dwell on this moment. The hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust.
I don't know.
That is his idea of a joke.
Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it.
The wind outside picks up suddenly.
Esquentar, talvez.
Books and magazines, most popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small
Ooh, see.
Your incendiary. Wasn't there some in the
Well, yes.
The little books.
Again.
Interesting. There's a grease.
Someone has been squatting here.
You fought.
You know, officer. You can. Yes, anytime.
You don't have to be a hero. Green paint flecks off the monoblock. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radio diffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a ring.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. We should look around outside. There are barrels all...
The boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back.
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence, ouvert, reads a dial key. Allumé, reads a... Nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass, silently.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe. Used...
It's an air-gapped system. An off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still... Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Yeah, on the console just southeast of here. Remember? Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems...
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by any. The springs screech as you lean on the mat. Trepidation. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags, Rue de Saint-Gislain. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot.
Affirmative.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses.
We will make up for it. Where?
He does not answer. Just nod. He feels.
We should move now.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Perhaps there's someone there, where it has always been. Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Baby, you know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold and still. Yes, yes, yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Islets and posts, like stepping stones.
É isso mesmo. Depois eu só sentar aqui ainda minha mão com velocidade de reação.
This old cylindrical jet. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark, there's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on. The dial slides under the dusting. An idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient. Incompatible.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anger.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind.
What the fuck?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to...
His right eye twitches.
We have come to ask you questions. If you do not comply...
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's afire, the next, a fire gone out.
No. Put it down now.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
Esse velho não tem a grandiosidade dos outros personagens. E isso gera caralho.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real Brilliant Cult. That's La Révacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song. Forget about that for a moment. You need to address that remark first.
There you go. One of three. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Xinyao, it was... some Samaran shit, I guess.
In Xinyao, they sang Boy with a Scythe, Golden Sun.
I fucking know what they sang. I watched those little fuckers die in my arms. Little ones came to help us. Got cut to shreds. You don't fucking tell.
His nostrils are still flaring with rage. He brings himself back under his...
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it. Talk to her. It's the drugs you're all...
There was something there when he said, talk all around you. The air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, keep their distance.
I've seen kids lose their minds and start talking to the city, asking it to protect them when the shelling gets bad. Cities can't talk. It's bourgeois idealism. I don't want to talk about it.
Embers going out.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
from the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And you could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital, all at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the Commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Airships, multi-roted airships.
Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
How does anyone survive? I steal. Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. I have been running out of that stuff. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their vein. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
from bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just... So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? Useless.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. Too young. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Caralho. Ele é o ressentimento, né? Ele é o ressentimento histórico.
The older man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
O cara bem pra mal. Não tem moralidade. Não tem.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolent. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is... No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Like you belong to the Moralist Party. 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just could. He nods. But he can.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 4. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the Plaza Mosaic. Patrol Officer Judith Minot points west, the fishing village. She glances. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try. There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to...
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it.
Oh, yes. That one.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pilot or the scent of blood in the air. But what else? Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbol. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like, maybe don't beat yourself anymore. Nothing else comes up. You see, the lieutenant, I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself.
Officer, a word?
Almost where?
No, come on. A I think we may have this. From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later. Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to...
You hear that? He thinks you're...
Well, I can think of one thing. The gun. We should pick it up and discuss it.
Yes, sire. Make a production of this examination.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority. I can see that, yes. Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But he thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open...
Minions of capital. What do you...
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels, still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. They say Trian Gong 4.46, Sin Yao Commune, for Safre and for all mankind.
What does it say?
That's what the little guys told us. Every day at 4 o'clock in the morning, they go on and on about their Safri, their mankind, and Mazov. Those men were commandos. They weren't shit on a stick like us. They were small and...
On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Try.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
No one said it has to be a Benagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it did. I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He, the old man, keeps following your motion with his... This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
Petty bourgeois law.
A drop of blood. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansa. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern souls you saw in the dark.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to you?
The lieutenant gives you a... The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from... The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some...
Damn hay bells. The whole island is turning white.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in...
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may. Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on.
Not a lot of guns around that you...
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the Liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We had. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on something.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one soon. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is what...
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnet.
Helps him see all...
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
A tragic comedy.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put of hatred.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruin. Intense, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
Whores. Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston.
fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger, it borders on longing.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with us. No. I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand.
They're all dead now.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen.
He's not okay. This is just another black day. An idea told to him by grown-ups from radio towers and leaflets. And then he lost it. So,
Frizzell the First, Philip the Second. What's the difference? Syphilitic murderers the lot. I don't want to think about those things.
The flame of anger dulls in him. He tires of it.
I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrat.
Renee still presses on his mind.
Glad we talked about what?
Nada.
Them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the reverie.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
this man has seen the caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night.
Past the Fell building on the coast?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her. Her passport and tickets to Villiers.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers.
This implies that he also a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
It didn't say Clausia in there. It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo. Why would I need that trash?
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the...
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beat. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers.
You could tell she was a spook?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I heard...
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little...
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinet. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit.
Those two took... You hear the familiar scribble of the... One more loose end down.
How did you get in there? The hidden pin will work.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm a...
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor. Like she... The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here.
A sudden...
If you came 10 years ago...
In the silence, the lieutenant... One more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Cara, com 3 pontos. Bora fechar. Isso.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, snow falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Elysium Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the snowy sky by a web of suspension wiring. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the... He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know that as the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at them. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insects.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. His lip curls into a sneer at the memory.
Glad we talked about what?
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incant.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beats up.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me? How about I...
What is this farce?
Something is happening. Lillian, you could ask her, maybe.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now. There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. the reeds whisper. Something completely different. It sounds like a boat.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about?
Your skin crawls.
What?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make...
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
What is it? What do you want from...
Something is very wrong with him. Nothing. There is nothing. The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You smell.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo.
From the corner of your eye. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
I won't be one of those fools.
You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae
I don't think the pheromone will do it.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps. Like laughter, a sort of sweat drips from your brow. Soak the tracheal system on the creature's abdomen. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks. The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head. Formed.
I exist. Tell me what it's like for you. What is your illness? For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon. transient, dim, moist, shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are silent and meaningless, all of you. Not, and when you fall, we will come to raise you up. But from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you up.
In honor of your will, Lieutenant Euphrater, that you kept from falling apart. Detective, arriving on the scene.
What?
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? I can also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you will not eat me. No, you are awake. I am real. Life. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so...
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident. I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to...
It may have unknown, dangerous but...
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain.
And the 4,000-year-old Zerezolitic civilization buried so deep.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions. 3, if you count stone tools. Until I was accidentally Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a...
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Yes, with stone tools and silk, they too missed me. Although I had not developed the mutation needed for parthenogenesis and scoured the Neolithic hinterland as distinct individuals, not clones. No. You are the miracle.
Esse é o final padrão, hein, mano? Caralho, meu irmão. O Fasmídio tá aqui do nada porque ele foi. Eu não sei se aparece normal. Ele é a causa da loucura do velho e o velho é muito foda, o assassino de verdade. Tudo um quê de que ele traz, ele vê o pior de todas as pessoas, né? Ele traz ácido sobre o mundo, e tá certo. Só que todo mundo merda, lixo da história, mas todo mundo participou da narrativa. Todo mundo bem interessante de interagir. E o velho não. O velho se manteve isolado do mundo e isso o enlouqueceu. Além do Fasmídio, né? Mas o Fasmídio também é uma metáfora pro mundo, né? Cara, muito louco, cara. Muito louco, cara.
It was you coming from the west. From the whirling, you were coming.
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively new. The pail too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. But great, you're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Os humanos, né, que trazem esse vazio, essa nossa vida muito pesada, muito contrabando, cheio de coisa. No final, a gente que gera o nada, né? O vazio, a ausência dessas coisas que a gente cria. Essa nossa necessidade por criação, por várias coisas, pela loucura das nossas mentes, das nossas vidas. É isso, essa necessidade por tudo que desemboca no nada. Né? E a necessidade do nada dessa criatura de viver é o tudo, né? Cara, muito louco, não sei se eu tô viajando aqui. E o bom é viajar mesmo, porque esse final é insane crazy.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that...
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget? No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation. So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So, she was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion.
In 3. If it moves.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the...
I got it.
Immortalized for all time. The limb before you is incredibly light, like warning. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Some sort of countdown process is happening. Don't say it. Are you sure? This may be the only chance you get to touch it. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
What the fuck?
And just like that, and something under it,
it's gone. Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything. Looks like a nest of some sort.
What now? In some kind of string.
Our suspect is not looking so good.
What? Capacete, meu irmão. Caralho, como assim, pô? Oh, ah, não. Sabia que não me fala.
What is it?
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring. Black. A light shiver passes.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility.
The trembling mouth.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here while we go and get help. It will need to be medical for old age and shock. The appearance of the phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. No reaction. This is an old man, at last. No.
Let's have a closer look at that after. I think I'll be more useful than him.
The plastic cape flaps around. The blacks of his eyes are receding. The strength has all gone out of him. Just...
We should think about getting back to the mainland, to get help.
Oh, eu tenho que terminar aqui, porque tá tarde. Mas talvez eu até jogue lá. Aqui. Caralho, o que foi esse final insano?